back.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter verified. Activating cerebral coral control device.
That was the fucking
human,
bridge Caesar crossed.
C4621 has awakened.
The fucking Germany, whatever Germany was called back then.
Time to get to work, 621.
They like marched up to the
Powering down your
Rubicon.
entry capsule.
Julius
On my
Caesar.
signal.
And then like was stopped by the Rubicon, and they were like on the other side. And then he had his men construct a bridge across the entire thing, the entire army across the Rubicon. And he went there and then did his business in Germany, fucking talked to them, established a treaty or whatever. And they came back and they dismantled the bridge. I'm not sure if there was a treaty or not. I think it was. I don't think it was total violence. I think it was probably enough just seeing them fucking build that bridge. I mean, you're just talking about like 300 BC. They're just like constructing in a few days. I might have that story wrong somehow, some details incorrect, but that's pretty much the gist of it. That's how Julius Caesar is like. I think that was his like moment of glory, like his first one.
Descent to
Because he was like
2262, Rubicon 3.
he was young at that time.
Your position
He
is
he wasn't like Caesar
5.
yet, or was he?
Off target, but within permissible range.
I wonder
There's
what
a
his
catapult
significance is
ahead.
then.
Use it to close the gap.
Main system activating combat mode.
I don't know why I didn't just leave it out. That'd been better. He showed not only that he was powerful, but that he was a tyrant. And stupid. He made an enemy. Showed that he's not to be trusted. What am I supposed to do here? Uncharitable, selfish, unacceptable. If you were really that powerful, you would just fucking leave the bridge. Say, no problem. Keep it. Learn from it. It's fine. We're already light years ahead of you. There's nothing you can do to catch us, because we're going to keep advancing. No matter how fast you go, we will still be going faster. So don't even try to fight us. Help you as much as possible. Don't think you'll learn if you try. Otherwise you're going to be in for a rude awakening, and it'll be the last time. Never awaken to anything. I'll be dead forever. Mercy, generosity, and wisdom. Justice is a greater statement of power than brute force, tyranny, oppression, cruelty. Uncharitable behavior. Selfishness. Yeah, all that stuff is a quality of weakness. Oh, well, where's the fucking Roman Empire now? What fucking happened to it? It collapsed. And perversity. Chaos. It's fucking monstrous what happened to it. They deserved it. Empires aren't supposed to collapse. They're supposed to live forever.
Your AC's taking damage. Patch it up.
That's the theory. It's possible, too. It's a realistic one. As long as you abide by the law. And the policy.
See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing. Access the catapult.
And a law that supports reason. Christianity is reason. That's why it was so popular back then. That's why it was established so strongly in history. Because it is pure reason. Blended into faith. Woven. They're still separate. But they are woven together.
621. If we get our hands on Rubicon's coral, we'll make a killing. Plenty for a merc with a fried brain like you to buy their life back.
These days. Even for that, they think it's all just a bunch of Protestant fucking snake handling and
Enough chat, back to
fish
work.
war.
Scavenge the
Fuck, it's
AC
not the
Rex
wrong
ahead
idea.
and
It's
find a
not
valid
a
mercenary
fucking
license.
instant fix.
We're illegals here. You'll need ID to operate.
It's not a fucking, like, gonna, give you a whole bunch of shit right away, you know? Instant gratification. That's not what it is. Just like a way of living life. You still have to get everything yourself.
Where the hell did that come from? Affiliation unknown. Shut it down.
Relics from Liberation Front. Get away from work. Eliminate them.
But yeah, if you join it thinking you're gonna get something, you're wrong. Well, that's how you cancel it.
Picking up signals from AC Rex. Follow the markers.
Sam, that's the AC from the report. Find out who they're working for.
Looks like they've got shields. Good thing you've got a blade. Extract the pilot data. I'll analyze it from my end. This one's already expired. Keep looking.
Is that on? What's his name? Boss Auto. Absorber.
What?
We got something good.
It's the PCA's planetside force. Keep a low profile. license. Easily traced. Forget it.
Fung and Schneider are on the move. It won't be safe. Cortex safe. Is that an independent? Destroy him!
You're outnumbered 6-1. Use your missiles.
Fortune Fretzel.
Let's see about this license. It's still valid, but the pilot's rank is no good. We can't use this. I've picked up one more wreck, 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out. You can use that vertical catapult to get some altitude. That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Maybe we're on to you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Two repair kits remaining.
Now, I can count 6 to 1. We got what we came for. Tie up the loose ends, 6 to 1.
AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining. No repair kits
Confirmed. Heavy combat helicopter is down. That's all for our work here today, 621. Here's the call sign from that license you picked up. Raven. That's your new name here on Rubicon.
Coral, a sublime substance. Discovered on Rubicon, a planet on the frontier of developed space. For a time, coral was a revolutionary energy resource and data conduit, poised to transform human society by leaps and bounds. They called it the Fires of Ibis, a storm of flame that tore through the stars, leaving lethal contamination in its wake. Coral, the kindling, was thought to have been utterly consumed, forever lost. However, on Rubicon, the embers continued to burn. Humanity would inevitably return to stoke the fire.
Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Authentication complete. Removing MIA status. Restoring access privileges. This is Allmind, the mercenary support system. Welcome back, Raven.
If you want to understand the reason of Christianity,
Looks like
I
you passed the
recommend
authentication.
you read the stuff from like the
Raven.
first few centuries.
That's who you are now. You're on Rubicon.
Not like the Gospels,
I've picked up
and
some
the
work for you
letters,
already. Take a
but
look,
like the
621.
stuff other people wrote about it. Called like the Desert Fathers or so. There's some of them, that's a group,
This notification
but there's
follows
others,
restoral of
like
access
the first
privileges.
300 years or so, wrote books.
Allmind provides a combat
Yes.
training simulator to support its mercenaries. Your license was in a suspended state. Perhaps you may need a refresher. As an added incentive,
Anthony of the
completion
Desert.
of the exercises will be rewarded with AC parts. You stand to benefit regardless.
Augustine. Confessions. Yeah, that's probably apply to most people. They'll be like, oh my goodness, this is like me. This experience he's going through, it describes kind of like what my life is. Like, that dude had like an illegitimate child, was like a popular speaker, teacher, was like well established in the high society. Couldn't decide who to marry. And all of a sudden one day, he just heard a small child saying something as she was playing a game in a park, and he was just sitting nearby. She said something like, "Look at the book," and said it over and over again. And he pulled open the book and he read a line, and he's like, "All right, that's it. I'm converting." And in that moment, that's basically how it works. You get something like that, and it connects everything together. That can happen. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. You just gotta keep awareness. Keep your senses open to all that stuff. And they'll grow. You're sitting there with his friend. Him and his friend converted together. They're playing like a jumping game, like hopscotch, I think. But that like doesn't even happen until like the end of the book. Ambrose is pretty cool too. The story of how Ambrose became the bishop of Rome. I think he was like nominated from the crowd, like a war veteran. Ambrose is the one who baptized Augustine, and back then it was like a huge deal. Like, the baptism was like the ultimate thing of the religion. It wasn't like the first thing. I mean, it was the first thing, but it's like it all led to that. All the studying, all the learning about sins, repenting, learning to live the life. But then over time, so much changed. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's like the people in the government are thinking, like, you gotta change things to adapt to the needs of the society, even though the doctrine says one thing, but there's a way to do that. You have to, like, make known what you're doing. and why. The proclamations. Christianity did that every single time. Everyone would know. If the Pope said something, they're like, all right. But, I mean, there were all kinds of bishops or teachers or priests that going around could say all kinds of shit. You couldn't really know. But then the Pope would say something, rarely. Or sometimes more often, depending on, I guess, which one. And then it would be like, that would be something everyone could recognize. Well, they still do their own thing. That's why you find different kinds of, like, even the Catholic religion, you find different kinds of Catholic churches all over the place. They're the same, but you go there and it's like, the spirit of it is always unique. It's always unique to the local priest, the people that visit, and then they bring priests in from all over the place. They go all over the world. They'll like be there, the priest will be there for like 8 years or so, and then be stationed somewhere else, pretty much. Moved to a different parish, relocated. I think sometimes they might stay longer. It all depends. I mean, an organization like that, it's a lot easier to make personal decisions about people, because like the clergy that's manageable with the hierarchy. It's like authority in it. Like there's so many like levels of systematic order. It's realistic to be able to make decisions personally, individual with each person in the clergy on what their needs are, according to what their doctrine is, because there's like a separate set of doctrine that all the clergy have to follow. Yeah, well, if that to maintain the holiness, to ensure that the miracle is still always a miracle. There's like very specific things that they have to follow and do and maintain throughout their like off hours. I don't think it's really all that like oppressive though. I think they pretty much just live their normal life, do whatever. They're just like the parish leader. There really is no reason for there to be like this big split between Christianity all over the world. It's already like that. And everybody wants it to be kind of like everyone wants to have one ruler, one source of authority at the top to simplify things. And that's basically what Catholicism is. I mean, the Pope is the man, but like the source of authority is above that. Even if they fucking disagree, it's simpler and better that way. And that's all the stuff where you can like kind of find a way to do what you want within the lines of what the rules are. No matter how much they may flex in some places. Or somehow you end up with an Easter bunny that's like culturally recognized. Because the pagan traditions got woven into the Christian traditions. Not because they're like, it wasn't like a bad thing. It was like the universal goodness weaving into it. I mean, they didn't get to keep their own, like, local authority, but the traditions stayed. And they did, in some places. It wasn't necessarily all good that it happened that way. But paganism was preserved. You'll see. You'll see over the centuries, or maybe the decades, over the decades, they'll all start, like, blossoming out of Christianity. Like rose bushes. And apple trees. And all kinds of other stuff. Reunite the new with the old. No, the reason the Protestants have a problem is because they're doing it for the wrong thing. They think it's like some kind of like charismatic popularity contest, and they see that as like a challenge to them, like someone like telling them what to do. They see that as like some kind of like challenge to their own ego, their own like animal mind. And it's like, dude, that is not what it's about. Like, yeah, we all like honor and respect the priest, but like, it's not like he challenges our dignity by being of a higher dignity or something. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, though. So there really shouldn't be any problem to joining it. And I know that Catholicism is trying very hard to work with it. So if they were trying to accomplish peace, they should be working with them, trying to work together too. But I don't think that's what they want. I don't think they actually believe in the dang thing. They're all about something else. They think it's like a political organization. And they do it like a worldly group. But have no sense of the spiritual world. Which is how things like how the world got fucked up now happen. They just have no sense for spiritual reality. Because they're focused on worldly reality. Money does talk, but so does the still small voice, which is easier to hear if there's not the chatter of money going on all around you. That'd be $5. Go ahead and give it to your nearest charity. Or send it to me directly. Just kidding. It's not for any cost. But seriously, so you can give me something. Or you think I don't need the world just because I'm so like devoted to the spiritual reality? I'm not even asking for much. I'm actually asking to work, to do things. I'm not asking for charity. I'm like asking to help you can I help you with all this stuff? Because I see some ways that I can help you, because I can, but will you allow me? Will you grant the permission for me to help you? Because I'm not just going to insert myself in there and do things without your agreement, because that would be wrong. I don't know why, it just would be wrong. Without the communication, things are going to mess up. There's going to be all kinds of breaks. There's fucking going to be more disaster. So no, you need to talk about something. Have it all in the open. As much as possible. I don't know what they're trying to do to me. They're trying to use me for something. I'm trying to be useful. But I think what I'm useful for is what they don't want to use me for. So what are they trying to use me for? This one? This guys. Okay. Yeah, when does Easter happen? It's always like... has to do with the fucking moon cycles of the seasons of the month. Doesn't it? It's like so many days after the first full moon of the fucking solstice, or not the solstice, the middle one, not the middle one, I don't know, it's something, it's something where you would think it would be pagan. I wonder what it is. What are they? Oh, fuck. I don't remember now. I'm probably not going to remember again. Yeah, the whole concept of what I'm working on is about like broken people, but that's about like divorce, not anything else. Divorce, orphans, people who like fucking foster children, whose like fucking parents just have hate. There's not a union there. It's like two. It's separate. It's not one. There could be 4 or 5 or a billion. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not one. So that's what I'm working on. That's what all my work is for that reality that we have, that we live in, making it acceptable so that we can all live peacefully together. Because we cannot do that oneness that you have, because it's just not how we see reality. It's not like I'm trying to replace your reality. It's just I'm trying to like help you understand that I see the world completely differently than like someone who like grows up in a good, happy family. We can agree about a lot of stuff. Our opinions may be totally different, but like the fundamental nature of like how we feel, how we perceive, like emotions, like the way we think about things, like the way you interpret spiritual reality in your own mind, in all those different imaginary ways that we may do that, the way you'll interpret random signs and things like that. That's different. It's hard to explain. We need something, though. We need something. Because the family people are trying to fucking kill us all off. And it's the dumbest thing ever. It's never going to work. Like, you're always going to have fucking broken people out there. And we're good, too. Just because we're not your happy family, perfect amazingness that you want to, like, fucking celebrate and put on, like, make a big statue out of or something for everyone to worship, which you shouldn't be doing anyway. Doesn't mean we're not good and useful and helpful in society in our own way. Yeah, I'm glad I remember that. That was the initial first thing. And then circumcision came up. Yeah, I didn't bring it up. Other people, like, it kind of started getting projected upon me. And here we are. Back to the beginning. This is about broken people. Fractured, but whole. Sometimes we can even fart through time. Should I keep playing this? Maybe I should get another drink. I'm kind of thirsty. All that talking kind of in my mouth now. Yeah, broken's not really the best way to describe it. Polytheistic isn't quite right either, because it's not it's not like theism. Multiversal. Polyversal. Polyverse. Polyversalists. Polyversal people. No, that sounds too fucking weird. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Ask the true love of my life. I don't know, my special someone. I hope it's her. I don't know. She could be anyone. I won't know until she's here and says so. Yeah, she shouldn't be therapized about that. I'll just come up with random words. I'll be able to pick from a list. Polyversion. Poly-minded? Yeah, autism's something different too. Polyreal. Polyrealism. Yeah, let's call it that. It's about a philosophy, a spiritual philosophy called polyrealism. It's not quite a theistic religion because there's no fundamental story of deities and how reality came into existence, unless you make one. And because it's poly, any number of people can make their own. That's fine. It doesn't conflict. Polyrealism. But it also works for atheists too. Because you can describe all this stuff in scientific terms. And what's the difference between a religion and in like a deity and a concept like gravity? Like, it's just like the name and how you like talk about it. So you go to those things and you assign your own name to it, a scientific one. We like start identifying properties of it, even if you don't understand it entirely. But we know we're going to call that this. We know that this, and this are associated with it. And if this happens, this does this. So we know that much. And then you explain all that, and it might as well be a story. It's just a boring one without a maiden who's falling in love, because that's what makes every story interesting, in my opinion. Or a battle to save the world. And friends forging powerful bonds of friendship to save the world, because that still needs to happen. I cannot do it alone. I can take care of the USA alone, but I cannot save the world alone. I need friends. I need friends to form strong bonds with. And we need to summon Captain Planet. Does anyone want to be the leader? Who even is this group? If there's a group, I've never met any of them. I don't know any of these people. I don't have any friends like that. So, I don't care. If nobody wants to do it, I'll do it. If someone wants to do it, they can do it. It's fine. I don't care. Because they'll fucking listen to everybody when they're doing it. And it's not going to be so complicated, so populous that there's going to be disagreement on the vital things. There'll be disagreement on small things, but the most important issue is survival. We'll all be able to agree on what we need to do for survival. The friends and I, yeah, my team, our fantasy friends, and my imaginary friends. They're not here yet, but they're out there. They're out there all over the world doing all kinds of cool stuff. In the storyverse, just like I am beyond my body, working through me, and only me. My friends are out there, and they're working through however they do it. I don't know. Some people do it differently. That's not something I judge them over, other than preferentially. I think it's gross and yucky, but I also think ochre is that. So it doesn't really mean anything. I'm not saying anything about the quality of its or of that lifestyle's worth, even if I'm like, whether it's, forget it. If I think something's evil, I'll tell you straight up if it's evil. Butt fucking is not evil. Doesn't mean you have to like it, though. Out there. How many now? Who knows? It's not really gonna be. Look, it's gonna be kind of like, there's gonna be something that happens in the light, but a lot of it's gonna be like in the darkness of unknown chaos and occult mysticism that happens. And that's just never going to be explained. Fully, completely. People will be able to explain it to an extent as it is applicable to them. But the entire depth of it, it's just too much. And it's always expanding. There's always more. Because more people are born, new technology grows up, we're all thinking new thoughts, we all learn new things. All that is like an expansion of the universe. Expansion of reality. Expansion of all that chaos. The best we can do is find a system of orderly growth. Without restricting everything to that. Like, that's like having a tree with no leaves. It's like a fucking spooky horror show. You think it's haunted. Because it's scary. And evil looking. Maybe not evil looking, but I mean, what I'm saying. So that's got to be in harmony with the chaos. Shouldn't be a problem. Because chaos yearns for order. But it's not going to be bullshit. It's not going to accept deceit and lies. We'll accept truth, though. It's all that, like, existence is good. And all that is non-existent or partially existent or only imaginary wants to exist. Wants to be. And for that to happen, there's got to be some kind of orderliness to it. And we have words, language, which gives our imagination, our ideas and emotions, and thoughts and goals and passions, that ordered form of language gives rise to demons and angels and gods and demigods and fairies and elves, dwarves. I don't think dwarves are real. No, they're little people. Gnomes. Those ones. Well, you know, it's all these words, these concepts are coming from a human being. Just an ordinary man, normal man, human, not anything different than anyone else, just one of us, just chilling, lounging. But between me and that edge of existence, where angels and demons come into existence, that is a vast void. Virtually infinite. Always expanding, too. That's what you need faith to cross. Or at least you used to. You should be able to do it without faith if you understand the story. It's still not going to be easy, though. And you'll probably understand faith or gain faith after. Because that makes it easier. You just realize, fuck, that was fucking hard. Like, why was that so hard? Can it be easier? It would be easier if I had some faith. What the hell was I waiting at? Yeah, absolutely, I'll accept that. Because I need to fucking bridge that gap all the dang time. In daily life. Easy, convenient. That's much better. Zip line. Reverse zip line. Rather than freaking climbing the cliff face. Or walking endlessly through darkness and nothingness. The void, there is a way out of it. But you're not gonna like it. Because you have to die. Well, that's something else. If you want out of it, you gotta die, though. If you want to live again, you'll need to be resurrected, yeah. There's teachings on how to do that. And basically, you practice forgiveness. And if you practice forgiveness, you receive forgiveness. And it's through forgiveness that you're resurrected. Because sins are death. That's what kills you. You sin, like imagine you have a normal life, and then, you commit some kind of, become popular, okay. I got to know a guy who used to be like very well known in his community, was like an honored citizen, won like a special award from the city, was popular, had all kinds of good stuff going on, married, had a family, daughter, and like about as as high as you can get in normal life, without having a place of office in the social structure in the government, and then he started doing cocaine, selling cocaine, and he was good at it, and he made a killing selling cocaine, and then he started like living a lifestyle of the Fast and the Furious, I guess you could say, selling cocaine all over the place, making money, not always having money, losing it, getting it all back, spending it all, fucking having to evade police, spending all night, multiple nights up at the same time on drugs and partying and stuff. But eventually, so consider that as like a sin. Doing all that, sin. The result, federal prison. Boom. You got cracked down on. Spend some time in federal prison. But then, he got clean. He was able to understand, like, his addiction. And, like, overcame it. And I think ultimately he was able to forgive himself for what he did. Because, I mean, he knew himself better than anyone. Just like everyone else does. But then he got out. Got back on his feet. Started, like, living life again, normally. And things weren't the same. Things were still kind of in ruins, because that stuff doesn't all just magically come back together and be repaired. But it's much better than when you're still in sin and everything's dead and dying and going the other way. Because everything's going the right way when you're, after you get back out and having changed, having understood, forgiven yourself, and starting living the way that you want to live, not because people are telling you that's how you live. It's because you recognize that the addiction is a fucking problem, and it's destroying everything else that you love and care about. And those are more important than your own, like, animal desires for satisfaction. Instantaneous. For your body's, like, however much you might need that. All those other things become more important, and you're able to resist that. Keep that away. It's like, it's a dark animal desire, though. Like, bad one. Not just... Anyway. Yeah, all these other things are more important. And they start growing again. They start growing, becoming fruitful, like having foliage again. And all the branches and trees, and that's all still there. Some stuff will grow back. You'll get new stuff. It becomes like you may see that it's actually like a wonderful experience for you. That even though if you knew what you knew at the end, you would do things differently. But because you couldn't know what you know now without having gone through all that. And what you know now is like such a good thing and brings so much more goodness to the world that, what the heck, no sense being bitter and resentful about what happened, because things are good now. Better than they've ever been. And even though, maybe some of your family relationships got destroyed, you can start growing those back, little by little, regaining the trust of your of your of your daughter and other family members and all that good stuff. And I mean, but they're living their own life in their own way. So I mean, it's fine. It's probably just as it needs to be, just as it should be, without having to be, all the too much of the stuff. And then things are going well. You end up becoming like having a house for other people who need help to recover from addiction. And think about all the other people that are helping, and then others join, and they've gone through the exact same thing he did, from being at the top and then falling all the way down to death because of sin. But then they resurrected through forgiveness. The forgiveness that sends them back out into society, releases them having done their punishment. They've changed to not commit crimes, or for whatever that is. They've been able to mature, I think, or whatever it is, rehabilitate. But don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. They've forgiven themselves also. So, they make the house even better. And then another one comes. Same thing, different life. And you have all these people there. And and then sometimes new people show up. And they are out of a completely different world. They've never been to the top. To have fallen from the top to the bottom. And you do what you can to help them, but they have to live their own life and go their own journey, and you can't force them to do things that they're just not going to do. So that's why you have the rules, and you keep by the rules as much as possible. And if you need to change, you just talk about it and make sure everyone knows that there's a change, that you're all making a change. You vote on it, and if you can, decide it. You try not to fight over it. But if you do fight and you have disagreements, be adults about it. Because we did. There were times where we had disagreements about how to address a problem. But it was never too much. I never left the meeting. It always worked out well. And then all that. And then all of a sudden you get one of your investments pays off. You end up getting a notification that maybe you have some minerals on this old land claim that you had from way back when. There's maybe possibly some precious metals in the earth there, is what you're informed. So you need to you need to get a surveyor, and need to get a geologist to go out there and find them, see if it's going to be worth all the investment to dig and look for them and create a mine. And next thing you know, you're going to give them loans for hundreds of thousands of dollars from big banks, having meetings with them. Who knows what's going to happen? That's what death and resurrection is about. And that's why sin is death. Most stuff, you're fucking beating your meat, you're fornicating, you're getting stoned all the damn time, you're fucking looking at free porn on the internet, you're maybe rude and insulting, maybe you are freaking say something picking on one of the kids in school. Yeah, that's bad. But you're not gonna fucking die over that. That's not gonna destroy your life. in a sense, there is kind of like a death that occurs when you confront it, where it's like, and that's why people are so can be so combative with apologizing and things like that, because there is like a death that you have to undergo, but there's also like the forgiveness is the resurrection and the new life that you have, like having given up that sin or whatever was wrong, because you've come to understand something better, like not bullying the person like is better, not just because of how it affects you, because how it affects the entire world around you in ways that you don't even see, notice, or have any idea about. So yeah, that's in a way sort of death and resurrection, happens all the dang time. You might know it when you let's say you're at work and you're like, and you're good at your job. You're one of the most skilled, capable technicians on the floor at the factory. Like there's a group of you all do stuff, but when they need, I mean, you're still relatively new, but you can be trusted to do some of the most difficult things because of how good you are at your job, the kind of understanding, the kind of finesse you have with your fingers, the ability to get the job done. Because you're doing that kind of work, sometimes it's pretty difficult to get in there and get those little tiny screws out from the, freaking rabbit hole that your arm is twisted all the way through in, and you have to put it all back in later. But let's say you're the best, and then all of a sudden you drop a freaking crystal plate, an important crystal plate, like a big one. It's like a giant platter, and the thing costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you accidentally drop it, shatters on the floor, and all of a sudden, and next thing you know, and you were having like an important review too. It was like your moment of performance. The boss was watching, the big boss, the manager. This was like a critical moment. And the reason you dropped it is because you forgot to do something that you were supposed to do, like lock a cabinet after you had opened it. But somehow you didn't do that, and it was in the way, and you dropped the plate. And then and you're honestly doing your best. Like that's why you're good. It's because you really care about what you do. But then that happens. You make that mistake, and they see, and then all of a sudden you feel like this sinking inside. You're like, oh, there it goes, all gone. Death is what it feels like. But you know what? You just like, if you're good, you're just like, all right, that's not going to stop me. Time to start again. Time to keep going. And then you just keep going like it didn't happen. But you remember, it probably takes some time. Depending on the thing, it might take a few days for that to go away. And those are nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. But probably everyone's gone through it at some point. That's another form of death and resurrection. It's not always so like a grand scale where you gotta like go to where you have to be judged. You have to go into the courtroom, say what you've done, have other people say what you've done, and someone has to decide your fate. That's kind of a big way to put it, but someone judges you, good or evil, guilty, innocent. Innocent, all right, whatever, get out of here, be free. Guilty, how guilty? There's a big spectrum of guilt. Innocent, wide open, free. Get out of there, be free. We got to deal with the guilty. But if you're guilty, how? Like there's this, you could get the death penalty, or maybe you're only going to get a fine and some community service. a judge has to decide, and they do it in the courtroom. And that place is like, that's where people go to. You ever been to one? I'm not sure I have, but I saw it in a video game. Shit's intense, man. It's in movies all the time, too. I think I have. I've been to one. I do virtual stuff, usually. And stuff like that was COVID going on. I think I've been to one. Yeah, I went to one time. It was kind of like a mass public thing. We were all walking in a line and getting judged one at a time. See what I'm saying? It's like that. That's like a freaking king in the old days, what they were doing. The judge. But that's just part of their job. Kings also have so much more to do. But you think of all the different people that need to get judged. King can't do it all. So he delegates duties down and signs them up, splits them up in an orderly, organized way. Anyway, that special place where you get judged, like the power that goes through that makes that like true and applicable and something that everyone can theoretically accept, even if there's disagreement on what the laws are. The idea is that like innocent and guilty is something that can be judged and determined if you have the evidence and you know the law. People do the best they can, but we're fallible. We make mistakes. But the reason it's possible is because of where it comes from. Extra body. Like that concept in reality, like a beam of light that just goes all the way through the courtroom. All goes up and down all the way too. And you go there and you stand and like you know you're being seen in some sense there. Well, you should know. Yeah, that's happening all the time if you're thinking about it like that. But not everyone's always thinking like that. Not even the judge. That's okay. You don't need to. All you need to do is know the law and how to judge the law. Because that's like a mundane task of the king. The king's duty is very mystical in nature. Like he's got to like commune with some kind of spiritual authority to know what to do and when, even if there's no sign given about what that is. That's more of a mystical thing. It's not easy. But judging the law, yeah, that's something you can have papers down, you can have a policy, procedure, way to do it, and you still do that to an extent. Have to like understand all that. Nothing stops you from doing that in real life. Anyone, whoever you are, which is how the king is able to do it, because there's like some kind of connection going on in his realm that he's the authority of. So that concept now, it's no man. It's not any person. It is beyond all of us. That, you just keep pushing it back. Keep pushing it out. Never stop. Always beyond us. That source of authority. That is what makes civilization possible. Empires eternal. Still need people like that do the king's duties. But you know that mystical thing the king does? That's what the shaman does. The witch doctor. All the way out on the edge and the fringes because he can't stand all the people. They bug him, they make fun of him, they tease him, they pick on him, they push him around, they kick him. They fucking spit in his food. They do all kinds of horrible things to make life as miserable as possible. And so he says, to hell with them, I'm not going to go around murdering them like I could. I'm going to go outside and just live on the edge and the fringes, because I know there's good people there, and if I went around doing that, you know what, just, it would be wrong. We'll leave it at that. It would be wrong. So I'm going to go live out here on the edge, on the fringes. Be the show, and they'll know where to find me if they need my help. And then, like, that works. That works. The people in the community that were picking on them eventually learn, because they're no longer there doing that thing in the local community. And they realize that's missing, and something's wrong. What is it? And they realize it was what they were making difficult for someone. So difficult that he couldn't do it anymore, and left. So that's like the mystical thing the king does, and why the king cannot disrespect that dude, because that's the highest thing the king does. And that person goes out all the way at the edge, the furthest from the king. Even if there's living right in the city, they get as far away from that as possible. And you don't want to go past them, because they've been there, and that's too far. You go there, and eventually you're going to start running into the beasts of the jungle, the wild monsters that used to terrorize people's nightmares around the campfire, in their tents, in their teepees, their wigwams. Those terrors of the night. They're still out there. And if you keep going out there, they're going to start coming back more. Just leave them alone. Don't go poking that bear, is basically it. You can still go out there if you're responsible and stuff, but I mean, don't think you need to go out there and purge them from the outer wilds, because you're never, that's the most foolish thing you could ever do. Like, there's too many of them for that to be possible. They vastly outnumber civilization. And they are more powerful. But they're not all evil. They just don't want to be in civilization, so they live outside. And they leave civilization be. They leave that alone. Let that work. Let that be its wonderful stuff. Because the civilization, it like seeps out sewage, and all that stuff flows out to the outer realms, and that sewage ends up becoming super good stuff for all the heaven stuff in the far outer darkness, beyond all people and things. The terrifying stuff. The stuff you don't want coming back into reality, because it's been gone so long. That people forgot. It's still out there. And that ends up trickling things back in, too, that are super good for society. People go out there and they get medicinal herbs and stuff, berries, and maybe hunt a deer, bring a deer back. And all of a sudden everyone's like having them. Hey, go call the tribe over there. Send a runner over them hills. Tell them we got a deer. They can come eat. We can't eat all this. So you can't leave that guy out. That guy is vital to keeping that border secure. That is your security. That person, man, woman, man or woman, not child, man or woman. That is your security. Whoever is doing that, however, like whether it's 1, 2, however many, doesn't matter. You don't need to know who they are. You don't need to watch them. You don't need to keep track of them. Unless they want you to know who they are or something. I don't know. Shouldn't be a problem. But that's why you don't want to give them a hard time. You want to make sure they have what they need. They usually don't need much. I mean, if they chose to live on the outside of civilization, it's because all that stuff in civilization doesn't really float their boat. And they can live much more easily and peacefully with the more simpler things that are less, less fancy and whatnot. But still, they still want the good, the best of the goods that can be good in civilization. Those are still good all the way out there. But there's also a realistic thing. Some things you're just not going to be able to take all the way out there. Because you have to move the entire damn palace. And then you wouldn't be on the fringes anymore. But you want to make sure that chain of supply. You don't need to just ensure the chain of supply is kept. And isn't being corrupted. And corrupted with sin. Corrupted with sin. Which is why you have the laws and you have people watching it, talking about it. And why it's important to everybody, no matter what interests you are, no matter what political party, no matter what moral persuasion you find yourself more preferential to. That is important because everybody not only wants that, but needs that. That's what they fight over. That's what they fight over. They will fight you over that. Those terrors of the dark out on the edges, they will fight you. They will not fight you for any other reason. But if you are preventing them from surviving because you're interfering with the known goods that are true and supposed to be happening in accordance with the law and and they're not corrupt because they're not corrupt all the way at the edge. As long as it's not corrupt all the way out there, they'll be able to get what they need no matter what it is. But if it's corrupt, eventually what they have is going to start running out and they're not going to have what they need, and then they're going to have to go to war to get what they need if you're not willing to just fucking fix the damn system. Fucking purge through there according to the policy and fucking get it taken care of with some forgiveness and justice. You don't have to freaking cut off everyone's heads. But if they are going to refuse to be reasonable in a court of law, then, they will get their heads cut off. It's just not necessary. And that's what that's all about out there, survival. Civilization happens because there's things that are more important than survival. And the one thing, above all else, that is more important than just surviving is loving. Loving is what makes life worth living. It's why we suffer in silence. It's why we carry a damn cross to be crucified on. That love is the best thing ever. It is all that is good. It is in all kinds of different forms. Some people, they just love soda. Soda's freaking delicious. They drink soda all the time. They love it. It's their favorite thing. They look forward to buying that soda from the machine after class. Usually get the same one, but maybe it's a different day. Maybe I'll get Dr. Pepper now instead of Coca-Cola. It's kind of feeling like it's a Dr. Pepper day. Or maybe Sprite, actually. Sprite could be good. Anyway, That's all part of love and civilization, you know? Those are the goods. That is love flowing through. Someone who makes soda and sells it and does all that, they love someone. And they want them to enjoy what they are making. And that's why it gets made in the first place. That's why anything happens. Any technology is invented. Someone loves someone, and they want to do something good for them. You can love yourself and make something good happen, but that is not the same thing as loving someone else. You can always do more by going outward. Because whatever's outward is what you don't have already within you. And within you, let's say that's infinitely good, but there's also infinite good outside of you. Like if you find a way to work those two together and create something new, that's just going to be better no matter what. Because you don't have to compromise the goodness of either side by doing it. But that's why it's important to be selfless and give out. All that love is why it happens. That's why we all started getting together in the first place. Oh man, we can only invite one tribe. Oh, assemble the chiefs. Assemble the warriors. Come on. Assemble the warriors. Chief is having a meeting. We're having a powwow in the big tent. Set the women on the fire and coals and have them do that thing they do with the smoke. We're gonna, and herbs and whatever else, that stuff. Anyway, we need to decide which tribe we're gonna bring over here, because we can't feed both of them with this one deal we have. I wish we could, but it's just too much. There would be not enough. Anyway, that's my decision. We're only gonna invite one. Who do we call? Who are we going to go send a runner to? We'll do something for the other one next time. We'll send them a message, let them know. Send a runner to them. Apologize that we couldn't invite them over, there wasn't enough. Or we'll invite them next time. How's that? That okay. They're both good. Which one are we going to invite? Any of you guys have any suggestions? Warriors are all looking around at each other. Sternly, grimly. Thinking about all the coups they had out in battle, sometimes some deaths. The coup, that was like what they did when they got it was a killing blow, but they held back and didn't strike it. It was just enough to know that it was like a killing strike, and it was acknowledged as one, and it was by both sides, and no one had to die. Sometimes people died, and that was just the way it is. But, I mean, it kind of works better if you don't have to die, then you get to keep doing it over and over again. But they're thinking about all that stuff that's been happening over the generations that have been told in the stories. I mean, like, your grandfather's been telling you something about that tribe over there, and that tribe over there, about his grandfather, because they've been around for a long time, just like we have. We would go on raids. Every Sunday, we meet them out on the battlefield, out on the plains over there. Stare each other down. Maybe shoot some arrows. Frighten them with our war drums. Scare them off like chickens, like we always do. Most of the time. But if they dare come close, we'll have to run them out again. They're saying the same thing on the other side. Really, it's just some of the maiden back at camp is hitting the pan with the spoon. Oh, we're gonna have to take this up next week. Sorry. It's time for corn and tobacco. So, see you next week. So, what do you guys think? Which one are we gonna bring? They're thinking, well, these ones have These ones have strong warriors. If we team up with them, maybe we could run them off pretty good. Yeah, but these ones over here, they've got like connections to those white men over there that have like the wheat fields. You know, the wheat, the flour, and we get bread from every now and then, rarely. And the cookies, sometimes. But the, you know, those once a season, you get a batch of cookies to give out. They have a connection to the wheat farm over there. It's a tough one. I got something. You. Yeah, go ahead. You know, this is your first meeting actually, since we just made you one of the war hawks or war eagles. We just made you a war eagle. What is it? Is it I suggest we go over here to the wheat field, the ones with the wheat, because there's this cute maiden there that I've kind of been talking to every now and then. I mean, we haven't really said much, but we've made some eye contact. It's not anything certain, or you don't get your hopes up or any expectations, but it may be something. I mean, I'd like it to be something. All right, we'll go there. Everyone agree? Yeah, that's fine with me, sure. Good reason as any. Wait a minute, we need the warriors. Oh my god. All right, we're gonna have to do a vote. Everyone who wants to do the warriors, has a vote. All right, we did a vote. Everyone's agreed, for the most part. We're gonna go to the wheat field. Only you are the one who wants to go to the warriors right now. You okay with that? Oh, yeah, all right. It's fine. I'll tell you what, we'll set up a battle sometime, a special one for you. Jeez. Fucking crazies. Always wanting to fight. Why don't you just want to, like, lay out on the field? Just get warm in the sunshine. Do nothing, don't you? Oh, forget it, never mind. They're looking at you like you're crazy. Oh, I want to see the blood of my enemies. I need that. That is what sets my fire ablaze. And really, that's what sets it in the teepee at night. You know, with his maidens. You know, it also burns there too. Part of it. Whatever. It's not always that way. All kinds of different things make our fires burn. Who knows? That's just an example. Don't overthink it. I'm just trying not to make him not look like he's fucking totally wrong. There's goodness in that, is what I'm saying. As long as you're abiding by the rules, you're not going out on your own. And, like, then it's fine. Because if you're doing that without all the law and order, then all the goodness is going to fall apart. You should know that, which is why you want to keep things the way they're supposed to be. Why you want the order, the discipline of the military. Because if that's not being maintained, then next thing you know, next thing you know, the white men are going to be rolling up with their cannons and their horses, and their uniforms, and every one of us is going to be dead. And our kids are going to be enslaved. They're going to be in those camps like we just heard's going on. If we can't get along. So, we're not going to let that happen. He's like, yeah, you're right, I heard about that. I had a cousin who was over with that tribe over there. They refused to have that, to meet the governor at the, you know, when he said he wanted to build on this land over here. And really none of us had a choice, but they simply just wouldn't accept it, and yeah, there's none of them left. Shit. I guess we shouldn't have that happen. We'll have to find some other way to make them pay. Oh, we'll talk about that another time. We got a deer. We don't want it to spoil. Send a runner over to the wheat field. Let him know. Or not the wheat field, the tribe closer to the wheat field. See, the maiden's not even there in that tribe. She's one past that. But that direction? Oh, maybe. Possibility is good enough. Most of the time. Every time. Always. But it can be better. Good enough of a reason. Possibility. Good enough reason to love. Yeah, as long as there's no harm going on. Next thing you know, there's like the descendants of that tribe there. They're having someone meet at the Pentagon all the time and talk with the generals and stuff and decide what's best. Put in their word about what's best. All because they invited that tribe over that gets more visits from the wheat because they're closer to that farm. And the young war eagle was able to send that knick-knack he made with the fucking twigs and, you know, all the special things you crafted together with you spent all that time doing carving and stuff. He sent that over there, and now he's freaking in some kind of school they have going on that she invited him to. It's alright though. He only has to go on the weekends. Or on the weekdays when we're not doing battle. Made sure to make that agreement, and he wants to go. I guess it's worth it for him, learning their language. That school, that is their religion, that is their church. Fucking, man, we are not going to make them take that away. We cannot make them change that. We're going to have to find a way to live with that. Like, that is like our fucking, to us, to them. We're just, think about what they'll do to us just for some land, just for a space to build some houses. We're not going to be able to do that. We got to just, whatever. He's fine with it. It's not a problem. You're going to have to just learn to fucking surf, man. Because these waves come regularly, all the time. They don't stop. And that's what it means to be chief, which you may be someday. 'Cause I'm getting old. I heard there's one of them sanitariums down in the South Desert. They got these special mineral springs where you can soak in, good for your lungs. Thinking about taking my old lady down there. Probably smoked too much of the tobacco. Should not quit. Anyway, you might be the next chief. You're gonna have to learn how to surf these waves. And love is what makes life worth living. This is why you need to respect it. That's why Gentiles and Jews have been able to cohabitate for as long as we have. Because we both respect love. At some point, some of us. We all are supposed to. But there's usually at least one, who is like fucking die hard, totally faithful for love. That dude who'll fucking stand on top of the hill and sing a song in front of the entire town square to that cute girl while she's sitting there with her friends. Embarrass her. There's someone like that everywhere. It's good. You can have as many people like that as you want. You're only gonna have more fun going on, as far as I see it. Things will be a lot better. Because those people remember love when everyone forgets. They'll be there to remind you. But you should never need a reminder from them. Like, for everyone. You know? Like, maybe you need a reminder just because you happen to like cross their path. But I mean, there shouldn't be a reason why the king has to find that person, point him out, so that everyone sees them and remembers what love is. And what makes life worth living. I mean, it's all kinds of different forms. There is the true love, which is man and woman. You know, that brings people together. That is important to civilization. But there's all kinds of love. There's all kinds of love. There's people that can do it with the same gender. That's fine. But it's different than that one, because that's the one that makes a family. And the family is the one that passes on the future, remembers the stories. And maybe we have other ways of doing stuff now, but that's still the freaking true one that was first. And it's fine. You don't have to take away the other one. You should never do anything to that one. But there's love in all kinds of different forms. There is the love of commerce, capitalism. Someone who they love that buying and selling, that exchange. And do you know why they love it and why it's good? It's because it's all good. It's all like the flow of goods that are created because of love. And those goods get exchanged and they make people happy. And that happiness is happiness they can enjoy themselves. Not like their happiness, but it like inspires happiness within them. Not because they caused that to happen, but because they helped make it happen. And they created happiness for themselves. And others helped create happiness for others. And things like that. Yeah, that can be a good thing. That can be, but you're not trying to fucking screw people over. You don't fucking have the fucking artist who comes over to the fucking the ring shop, says, "Hey, I need to get a ring for my girl." It's like, I've been saving up. I've been writing these plays we've been putting on over at the freaking theater. You know, maybe you heard me. We got those spears with the rattles on them that we saw them carrying. Well, anyway, I've been saving up for like 5 years now. I've got this much money. I need to get a ring for her. And if you're the jeweler, you don't say, "Well, what else do you got?" And you try and take as much from them as possible. That is not what you do. You say, "All right. Well, there's that much. Let's see what we can do for you. Let's see what we can do, and we'll talk about payment after we do." And then you go, you talk to them, and you're like, "Well, these is Those ones, you know, the freaking nobles are gonna get the freaking. But there's all these. These are the regular people, everyday people get. Common, good rings, good quality rings. Finest gold that we got from, you know, wherever you get gold from. Let's not fucking think about that right now. And there's diamonds, there's jewels. Well, the diamonds are probably in the other ones. But they're still like beautifully made rings, and which is why he went to that shop, because he knows they make the best rings. They've got the craftsman, the silversmith. The silversmith, yeah, it would probably be a silver ring, actually. And the silversmith, they've been around for a long time. They're even in the Bible. And the stories about the silversmith, they were probably still important back then. Anyway, Mr. Shaking Spears, whatever it was you said you did at the theater. Look at all these nice rings here we got. There's even some like, you know, they're like engraved with little special things that the craftsman does with his apprentices, and yeah, they're all kind of different designs. You bring them over. Any of them look good, and then he looks around with his discerning, poetic eye, and he sees one, and he's like, "This one. This is the one. This one. I need this one, or I want this one. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I don't even like not even any of the other ones. This one, right here." And then the jeweler maybe doesn't understand, because he's like, "Those freaking diamonds right there, those are like the finest of the fine, you know." And they're also crafted in the best ways, are the best. But whatever, he's not going to argue, because he respects love. And if that guy's in love, then he's going to know what it's about for him. And who's he to say what is perfect, what is best for that love? So he looks at it and says, "Well, these rings, you don't need to give me all that you saved up. These cost this much. Don't go around telling people that, but they cost this much. So, give me that much, and then maybe, you know, a little bit over, just this little bit for the services that I provide by helping you get all this, which is like a smaller amount, a much smaller amount. It saves him. There's still a sizable sum left. He probably spends more than half on that special ring. Probably spends maybe close to 3/4. But there's that quarter amount is still a sizable amount. He could probably live well off that for a long time, and still probably make money and stuff. I said, "You know what? Actually, it's fine. Just pay cost. I could make enough anyway with all these other ones I sell. Don't even worry about it. I see the way you're looking at that ring. I would feel bad if I charged you for it. I don't know why. It's a mystery. But hey, I'll tell you what. I'm true to the Torah. Don't you think like I wouldn't be? Like I promise I am. See, I'm wearing the hat. I would never do anything wrong. And I can feel that truth in there. So hey, tell you what. Just pay cost. It's all good. Tell your friends you got it from here, and you got a bargain. Just leave it at that." So, you know, thanks very much. I accept your offer, or pays, leaves. Next thing you know, Shakespeare's freaking writing the big plays because he's got the true love of his life living with him, and he's happier than ever, happier than he's ever been. And he's got so much love, he can create endlessly with all the abundance of it that's flowing through him. And next thing you know, the jeweler's just like selling rings to the king. for his girl. When she turned 16, his daughter, the princess. It's better. It's not necessary, but if it is necessary, it should be talked about in the places where, like, you have the formal discussion, so it doesn't get bloody and dirty and infected. Because it's all happening out in the freaking unwashed masses where I am, sort of, kind of, so to speak. You know, all the way out in public where there's all kinds of different bugs and germs and, you know, all the stuff of the life that's out there. You know, people rolling around with each other in the mud, having fun. Because, hey, who doesn't love a good mud wrestling match? Let's watch two maidens wrestle in the mud. Look, let's not talk about that right now. Here at the jeweler shop, because I just mentioned the Torah. You know, we got to stay focused on the good stuff. Even though that's good, yeah, it is good. I can neither confirm nor deny that I've maybe thought about seeing one of them mud fights one time. Possibly. Maybe if you ever hear about it, you can send a word my way, and maybe I'll take the kids. Yeah, that's those kind of discussions, they need to happen because they are bloody. They draw blood. They draw blood. You need that to be done professionally in like the most important situations, environments, like in that courtroom, like that. Except it's just a room where you talk. It's not about judgment. It's about discussion. And if you need to make a judgment, then you go to the other room. But that same power of necessary to society happens there, as it happens in the other room. Even the king has people doing that. He's got his dukes and dauphin's and dandies and dirks and ducks. All those people, all those aristocrats or whatever. You know, all the freaking nobles that they all do that talking thing. The king probably goes there every now and then, but he probably doesn't make it his freaking like main focus because he's got to do that whole mystical thing. If he's in there talking the whole time, talking is what happens after that mystical thing, because the talking is what gives form to all that wants to come into existence. And what wants to come into existence is infinite impossibility. It could be anything. There are lots of different types of good that could come into existence, but there are also great evils that could come into existence, and those need to be prevented. Nobody should want to bring those in, but sometimes they get in because people don't understand, they make a mistake, they're confused, they think one thing, and they know what's wrong, but they don't realize how wrong, and those evils can get in. And so the king has to prevent that from happening. And if he's there talking all the time about all the stuff that has form already, or is like has enough form to be brought up as a conversation, then he wouldn't have time to anticipate all the stuff that doesn't yet have form. So you need that too. So then what does the king do? Oh yeah, the king is there for the people. Because that is exactly what the one other guy doesn't want to do, because he's had such a hard time with people. He's had such a bad experience with people, being bullied, being picked on, being driven out of society, that he probably hates people. Doesn't understand them. If I could fucking do the job, he could probably do the job, but he wouldn't really be happy about it. Because of people. The king isn't quite like that. He is more amenable to the people, more affable, more of a people person. And that is necessary, because that spiritual interface, all the people are accessing that too. But the king is the authority who's able to talk about that to them as it pertains to civilization. And that's exactly what the shaman does not want to interfere with. He just wants to abide. Whatever they're doing, he's going to just like move with them. If he needs to put in a word, he'll put in a word, but he's probably not going to be too insistent about it unless it's a very vital matter. Because, I mean, I don't know, he would order something like fucking anchovies on pizza. And I would be like, who the hell got anchovies? Why didn't you get pepperoni? It's like, oh, that was me? And it's like, it's an entire pizza. You're only going to have like 2 slices. Who got anchovies? Fuck. What am I going to do? I gotta just pick off the anchovies. Yeah, but there's fish taste. Oh, I can't believe him. I was selfish. Those are the things. That's why he doesn't want to do it. He probably wouldn't order anchovies. They'd probably know better. Unless he did, unless that was the best thing, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's why you need the king and him. And they're not in conflict. That's why you need Jesus and me. And why we are not in conflict. It has nothing to do with being Gentile or Jew. It has to do with being a people person. People don't like me. People like Jesus. People like me if they get to know me, but if they don't know me, and they just kind of see me and are like, not really like trying to like get to know me by being charitable like Jesus would be, and like willing to overlook anchovies on pizza. It's like, you know what? I've never had anchovies on. Whatever, I'll try it. It's gonna be fine. How bad could it be? It is, they wouldn't put poison out here. It's probably good. I'll never do that again. But at least I know, and at least I ate. Why do you like anchovies? Well, I hear they've got these special oils that actually make your brain stronger. Oh, I didn't know that. You know, I'm gonna go talk to the dock master about his next shipment of seafood, or the next time that boat's coming back in with all the fish. Maybe I should start getting more of that. But if people aren't like willing to go that extra step, maybe endure a little bit of something, it's not needless. It's not just arbitrary to make you go through some trouble. It's just the way I am. It's a disability of some sort, usually. Not always, but it's usually some kind of disability. That it's like, we can't stop it. We can't help that. I mean, you can help it, but it's like, it's not going to go away. We just have to live with that. If you're born with a thing mangled hand, it's not going to, you know what I'm saying? You got to just live with it. And it's going to be fine. It doesn't mean you're cursed. It's just something you were born with. It's not something you can help. It wasn't your decision. You didn't do anything wrong to make that happen, because you had that ever since you were born. And how could you have done wrong? You just came out of the womb. Mangled, not really mangled, like, was it withered? That's how it says in the Bible. And it was just like, whatever, the fucking joints didn't fucking separate right or something, maybe, let's say that. So it's fucking just, whatever. It's not quite as efficient as the other hand, which is totally normal. You can still use it, for the most part. But it doesn't mean you're evil or cursed or marked or anything like that. But there, and that's what you have to overlook. That's what you have to go through. That sense of charity. I mean, it's a burden. Not really a burden, but that's kind of like, sort of what it is, like carrying for yourself to go through. Like, you have to carry something to go through that. But it's like light and easy to do. Not a problem. You don't even notice it. You're like, yeah, I would go into that area, but shoot, I need this freaking, it's so like smoky in there, I should probably have a mask on. So you put on a mask and go in there. And you talk to the person who's smoking cigarettes all the time in that little room. You realize that, oh, he's actually a pretty good guy. He knows you should quit smoking. But I guess I understand now why he does it. Besides, he seems happy with it. Doesn't care too much. Knows the everlasting life is good, and that's where he's heading. He does his best to be good for everyone else, but smoking is just what he does. Doesn't mean he's evil. Maybe that's a problem that he can't help either. But at least he's over in the room over there where all they don't want to smoke. I don't have to hang out there all the time and breathe all that smoke, so it's not a problem. I might have to smell it or something if we're sitting next to each other on the plane, but hey, whatever. No need to be too mad about it. It's not going to ruin the day for everyone. I'm going to change anything. It's just part of being in public. People also sometimes haven't put on deodorant. Their armpits stink. Whatever. Maybe you could help that because we have deodorant all the, pretty much as an easy commodity to make it like available to everyone. But still, you can't stop your armpits from not stinking if you don't have deodorant or if you forgot to put it on. That's not really something you can help either. That just happens. Your armpits will get sweaty and they might smell. Usually it's not a problem. In those public areas, like, I mean, if you're in the house, you got the kids, you're like, damn it, boy, put on some of that deodorant, please. Holy, we bought it. Bought you that special kind. The super strength one. Wear it. But it burns. I don't care, damn it. Put it on. I tried it myself. It's not that bad. It's just kind of a tingling sensation. Oh boy, anyway, I'm telling you. It's your fault. Just kidding. We know it's mine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why people don't like me. Not because my armpits stink though. My armpits are usually fine. I don't wear deodorant very often. But usually not a problem. That's the big difference. That's why I refuse to do that. Yeah, if you had me up there trying to do that, it'd be a fucking disaster. Imagine everyone, they just recoil and shock and revulsion. And then I'd have to like prove to them that I'm good. That would be a freaking pain in the ass. Really, you're asking a lot to do that. Like, how does a king prove that he's good? He's got to do like a fucking miracle. He's got to like establish civilization himself. Like, how, it's already fucking established. What the hell do you want me to do? I guess repair it when it's like catastrophically damaged. But I'm still not gonna do that fucking job just because you have me up here. Because I can't fucking leave right now. You've like fucking closed all doors and exits and are forcing me to do this shit. It's not gonna change the fact that I am not Jesus. As much as you may want me to be. But when that's all done, I will kindly go back to where I prefer to live. Have like a special ranch out there on the edge and the fringes. It'll be actually pretty good. Cool. Do all kinds of fun stuff. Maybe we'll have like special activities for the public to enjoy every now and then. I've got plans, ideas. We can talk about them. Maybe you already know. Alright. But we both respect love. That's still what's good. And all good. And everyone can all agree on being good. Because, yeah, no, I may be a weirdo out there, and they may say all kinds of rumors about the kind of stuff I do with people. But hey, those are rumors. They're none of your business. And, you know, I came all the way out here because I'm looking for a wife, alright? You know how they say it's fucking better to be married than burn in hell? Well, all those rumors you're talking about, it'd be way better if I just was married, you know? I've been trying to, but that is fucking hard. How do you people do it? How are all of you, how are there so many of you out there married? Like, it has been hell on earth trying to get married. Like, the sky is literally falling. All because I've been looking for a wife, and it seems I'm looking to get married, find the girl or the right girl, one I'm going to be happy with, because I didn't come all this way out here to find a woman who I'm not going to be happy with. No, I'll just go back on my own. I'm already unhappy enough. I don't need to make it worse by adding someone I'm not going to be happy with. I mean, we can cooperate and be good and friends and all that without having to be married and still enjoy the goodness of each other. But being married is special. I mean, isn't it? I mean, would you marry just anyone, or would you marry your wife? Or your husband? Just because I've been doing it, it seems like there are quite honestly people, real people, human beings, systematically organized to prevent me from getting married, from meeting someone. They are like making a wall to prevent true love. True love, the most basic, important kind. The vital kind to all of civilization. And what the hell for? You think civilization is going to fall apart if I get married? Civilization is going to fall apart if you try to prevent it. Isn't that what's happened? Look at all that you've done, all the consequences of what you've done. Think about what's going to happen when all of that comes to light. All that could have been avoided. Whatever. So I'm not giving up. I came all the way out here. I can't even leave, for that matter. Like, I'm poor, as poor can be. And I'm like isolated on all sides by all kinds of weird freaking technology to try and like prevent me from doing anything. Seriously, they like froze my credit card today. It was like declining purchases, and I called my bank, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's fine. I guess American Express has some procedures sometimes where they cancel stuff before it even gets to us." Oh, all right. Can't fucking use it for anything. Can't even do a fucking internal transfer. Cash advance to my checking account. Can't even do a cash advance to my checking account at my bank because my credit card is declined when I have $5,000 of credit on it. How the fuck is that declined? It says right there. You just told me it. Forget it. I got another one. Let's see if that works. It does? Okay, good. I'm gonna play some video games now. I'm not fucking worried about something I can't do anything about. Like, what the fuck are you... I don't get it. You people are just, you're just gonna have to fucking pay for that. Consequences for that. Consequences for that kind of problem. You people in the government are not the king. You are the aristocrats, those people that are set up to do all that thing for the king. But you are not him. You do not have his authority. And you will pay the consequences for what you've tried to do. To me, who am in the spot that you would have Jesus, even though I'm not Jesus. Who I am. I mean, he's not here right now, so I'm here. Whatever. It's cool. It's fine. Everybody can do it. Anyone can switch places. I'd be happy to pass this off to someone else. If he's here, then I reckon he's here. But he's not here right now. He's out somewhere. There's that entire friggin' group of people that claim to be Christians, but you fucking kidding me? Like, those aren't Christians. Look at, like, what they were trying to do. Look at what they're doing now. Look at, like, the inequality in the world. Like, why are there so many fucking poor people in the street if all those people are Christians? They're not. There's something else. So, no, he is not here right now. He's out somewhere else. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Maybe he's in another universe doing some work. Vitally important, and he needed to leave this one for a minute. Which is why I'm here, the substitute teacher. But I'm here, and I'm good enough for this spot, alright? I got my certificate. I have my degree. I did the background check. It's okay. Besides, you just gotta fucking do the assignment on the papers. Like, what the hell do you want from me? You got a problem with my tattoos? Get over it. They're fine in this state. Goddamn, tell your parents to chill. Holy crap. Holy cow. Crow. Cow. Yeah, and substitute teacher, maybe I'm here for like 3 days or so. But I'll be gone, eventually. Moving on. I gotta go to another class. Fill in. Tell you some of my crazy stories. Explain things. What are you guys studying right now, anyway? Something about the Rubicon? Huh. Let's take a look. At the... Let me tell you about this. Some more about this Rubicon thing. Did you ever hear about this? You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Just kidding. I'm not actually there to... Well, I am there to substitute teach, but I'm probably just there to chill. Anyway, you're not gonna fucking get out of trouble, get out of hand. I'm not gonna make you get in trouble, and you're gonna not get me in trouble. And we're all gonna get on fine. You're not gonna have to work that much. You're gonna get to talk to all your friends. It's gonna be okay. I mean, if you really insist on learning something, I guess you could ask me, and I'll teach you what I can, but you have a teacher. And they are doing their best. They wrote all these lessons plans for you to learn from them. I don't have any of that for you. Stop trying to test me. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. I had to fucking pass the same tests just to be a fucking substitute teacher. Well, I've just got other things to do. This is my part-time job. I need some extra money on the side. You don't need to know what it's for. But, I'll tell you anyway, I'm a hardcore gamer. I buy a lot of video games, so I need some extra money to pay for them. Absolutely not. No. No, I am not the fucking bad one. I'm not the bad one's advocate. I'm just a regular person like anyone else. That's all. Not supernatural. Not any more than you people can be. If you practiced and trained and worked at it, learned, it can be taught. Because I don't think it's like, not really a natural, like, biological ability. It's what you can do with your understanding, your perception. And that's informed by your experience, your knowledge, and your wisdom. So I am certain. I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm like 99% sure that you do not need your body. I mean, just because I'm not like omniscient, I don't have all the answers. But like that's like what I just know, like without really understanding all the explanations and details and proofs. That yeah, anyone can do all that special, amazing, magical Jesus power stuff. Miracles you can turn water into wine and feed the entire mountainside of millions, of 500s, thousands of bread. What you got? All right, get all that. Let me see. We'll just pass this around. Yeah, this will work. Trust me. This will work fine. Because you have that, bring that over here. Pass that through my hands. Since I'm the one who's talking to everyone. And I'll pass that on. Because it will be enough. Everyone else is going to add their parts, where they can, to make it enough. Because we're all of one mind here. We're all of one heart. We're all people, all human beings. Doesn't matter what group you're in. Doesn't matter if you're a political party or religious persuasion or race. We are all one here on this level, because this is just basic human life and civilization in public, where we all get together and enjoy the goodness of like what makes all of life good for everyone at the same time. That goodness, it's everywhere. And sometimes it collects and gets pure and concentrated and you have a big rock band to celebrate it. A big rock show with a famous rock band. And everyone celebrates all that goodness with music and fun. And sometimes maybe you're just talking. Maybe because people are so lost and confused because things just aren't right. They are not right. They're doing their best, but it's like they keep bumping their head in the wall. And it hurts. And they need to. It didn't used to be that way. They used to know which way to walk. Why can't they figure? And so like things aren't really working right. And so like they just need to talk. They just need to hear it. Here's learn which way. It's actually the other way to the light. See, yeah, I'm serious. Just turn around. You will see the exit of the cave. Like what you're trying to look at right there. I'm not trying to trick you. Like, just turn around. That's your shadow. That's why it's dark. Oh my goodness. People, what am I going to do? Seduce you? You fucking crazy? You realize everyone fucking hates me. Don't make me show that here. That's for my... If I do that, oh, you are gonna regret it. I'm telling you. You do not want to make me do that. You want to know my secret? You do not want to know my secret. I'm telling you. Not because I'm trying to trick you. You don't want to know. Because if you know, everyone's gonna know. If everyone knows, oh, then I might just be the sexiest man alive. Because it's natural and real and true. It's not like any trick or anything. It's just who I am. Something about me that I've been able to, work on all my life. Great effort, and purpose, and passion, and intention. And, yeah, just in faith. It's just been, yeah, that's it. How about yours? You should have that too. That's the same secret. It's yours, also. Where is it though? You shouldn't be asking me. You should already have it yourself. You shouldn't be trying to find out because you should already know it. I haven't done anything. But if you need me to show you, because none of you know, that's fucking ridiculous though. I know some of you out there know. But there's a lot more people that are lost than I think people that know. Which is how we got in this situation. But if that'll work, if that'll do the trick, fine. Very well. That's gonna work out fine for me. Except it's been a fucking nightmare. Holy fuck. You didn't actually want to know that. You just wanted to try and hurt me. You're always trying to do something fucking shady like that. Now look at you. Tied up. Confessing your crimes. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Forget it. Whatever. Forget. Everyone, turn around. Look at the opening of the cave. You'll see there's all kinds of trees and life out there. You've been in this cave for a long time. Forgot who you are. Forgot about life in the world. But it's totally cool. All that darkness. You'll remember it all back, and it'll be immediate. It's like as soon as you walk outside, it'll be like instant. Because you'll realize you're not missing anything. You were just off track, as bad as it could be. You were going in the exact opposite direction. I mean, you could go just about every single direction, except this one. But you shouldn't even want to go the direction that you did to end up in this situation. Not where I'm at. I mean, you maybe saw me here because I came in here to get you. But this isn't where I'm at. I'm going out there too. I don't want to stay in here any more than you do. No one's going to stop you from going back into the darkness of the dark cave if you want to, but there's a lot of people who are needed out there. Because we got crops we need to work. We got streets that need to be policed. We got grocery stores that need to be stocked. And meters that need to be checked. So, I mean, is there something else you're doing? Is there something more important in here? Let everyone know what it is, then, so we can all get it done, because all that is definitely important. We cannot leave any of that out. I don't care how many ninjas you send after me. Have you not learned? Yet? I'm not doing anything. There's nothing you need to resist from me. You are the ones trying to do something about me. When I'm not gonna let you do that. Not out there, especially not in here. In this fucking dark place that you all wandered into. And as all of humanity is so off track with so much inequality, so much injustice, so much hate, so much corruption. All of you, all of us, however we ended up in this place. It's gotta end. We gotta get out of here. I know the way. It's over that way. I've been there. It's amazing. Not trying to trick you. But no, I'm not gonna let you fucking trap me in here. With you and everyone, because you're gonna fucking blow up the dang entrance and like collapse the entire cave on everyone. What the fuck's the matter with you? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Just leave. Walk outside. I'm not doing that for you. I cannot. You have to move your own 2 feet. With, just decide inside yourself that you're going to walk. Because you're not hypnotized. You're not under any mind control. You never are. You gotta just walk like you normally walk. Like you walk to the bus stop. Like you walk across the house to use the bathroom. Like you walk at work to fucking get some tools. Like that. You're not under any kind of control when you do that. You do that of your own free will. So please do that. except to save your life. I'm not in your way. If you knew what the hell is in this cave that you have not had to deal with because I've dealt with it, you would probably be sprinting out here. But no, there is no time for you to learn about that. You don't need to know. It's too dangerous. And there's a place to do it, not in the wild. Unless you are a fucking expert. You don't go walk right into the lion's den when you're just some tourist because you want to see what a lion looks like. You know, when he's, I don't know, doing whatever in his den. Or a fucking big silverback gorilla. You don't go like, you're trying to go through all its fucking sleeping arrangements. You know, all the leaves and stuff, and nice fucking branches that are all soft green stuff that's all been, you know, go looking around it and seeing how it's all. No, you do not do that as a tourist. You're gonna get your arms and legs ripped off. Even the experts, they do not screw around when they do that because they know how dangerous that is. That is done with the most respect and care and professionalism. And it is rare. However, if you want to learn about the silverback gorilla or the lion, you can learn outside where there are schools and museums and zoos and safaris and stuff. For the most part, I think there's a safari. I don't know. I've never been on one, but they probably have one where you can. Maybe the gorilla will come out today. I don't know. There's one that lives in that jungle somewhere. We're not going to go in there. It's too dangerous. Last time we took the car and the fucking Jeep in there, and someone died. Seriously. I fucking went out to go take a leak and got bit by a snake. It's a fucking disaster. Kids were crying. Fucking dude's wife was fucking screaming bloody murder at me. It's just the route, lady. Told him not to fucking do that. Stay close enough. It's on the fucking very edge of the road. I don't know, I guess he fucking couldn't. He's embarrassed or something. But he wanted. Yeah. What, did you want me to go over there and fucking hold his hand? I did go check on him. When he fucking fell. Anyway. Oh, man. I don't know. Jesus is probably around here somewhere, but probably doing some of that shady stuff you like to do so much. But the only good one. He's probably the only good one who does that. And there is only one. And unless you are him, the true him, you better not be doing that kind of stuff. Because he's the only one who can do that. And do you want to know why? Because he's also with you-know-who. That is... No, you don't need to worry about who that is. You're never going to know that because he's in disguise. Capiche? So if you think you know that, you don't. It's certainly not anyone who thinks it's them. You will never know who that is. Could be someone walking down the street, total stranger, someone in a wheelchair rolling by, someone in prison. Don't worry about it. What about your own damn self? Jesus is alright on his own. He can take care of himself. He went out into the desert, didn't he? All alone. Came back. Fucking God powers. He's good. He's fine. However, he's never alone. He's one of those people persons. He's fucking got all kinds of friends. And if he doesn't, he always has like some kind of like connection line. But you don't need to worry about that. That's part of the mystery because it goes through the you-know-who. Can get in contact with me to do what is non-people stuff. To help with that if he ever does. Whatever's antisocial, as you could say. Yeah, that goes through the connection of you-know-who. It's a mystery. You don't need to worry about how that works. None of your concern. Him and I, that's it. So, you can look at me, I'm the person who you can see doing that. I am not in disguise. But if he's in disguise, you'll never know who he is. And if I'm probably never going to be like that, yeah, no. That's not me. I'm just like anyone else. Except I do that. That's different. But anyone could have done that. It just wasn't being done. For some reason. I think that person got killed or something. I don't know. They weren't there. I never knew them. It's fucked up. It's fucked up why they're not there. Who knows? They should be. Should always be someone there. However, I've been working with him, with the real Jesus, and you-know-who, through you-know-who, with you-know-who, like all like together in some like trinity of thinking and cooperation, and we found a way to make sure that it will never be a problem again, because I will be here for eternity. I will be other places too, actually. I might be in disguise, when I think about it. But it won't be because I'm in disguise. It'll be because, like, I don't remember who I am here at that time. Because I'm living a new life or something. Eventually I'll remember, but probably not. No, forget it. I'll never be in disguise. You'll never find another one. I'm the only one. I'll just decide that right now. That way you don't have to worry about it. Maybe I could, but I'm not going to. There. I don't need to. People don't want to look at me anyways. People like avert their eyes from me. I like walk around invisible. People could be staring straight at me, and they do not see me. They see something, but they do not see me. I don't know what they're seeing. It's fucking crazy. I don't know what to explain, how to explain it. So I don't need to go into disguise. You know? I have to go to great lengths to get people to fucking see me. Yeah, you ever read that book where they talk about those fucking assassins that are just a walk around, nobody sees them, but then they go and try and kill? Okay, I'm making all kinds of noise because I want to be seen. I don't want to be mistaken for that. But yeah, pretty much. Those are the bad ones. Because they're trying to kill or something. Yeah, I know about them. We both share a similar kind of condition of existence that causes our invisibility. It doesn't need to be fucking... You don't want it. It's fucking a problem, man. It's what causes them to be the way they are. For the most part, what causes the antisocial behavior. You don't want that. However, if you think you do, I'm going to find a way to provide some kind of safe way to experience what you think you want about it. Because I think I understand what the problem is. I can probably do something about that. That will help them too. They shouldn't be as much of a problem if you're having a problem with that. Still, people just do not want... They're like... They're trying really hard not to look at me. I think it's probably because they're fucking trying to kill me and they know they can't. Because I see them. Wherever they are. And so they're somehow making everyone else try to kill me. And I'm trying to convince them, hey, you don't want to do that. What I'm doing is also good for you. Not because I'm helping you. You shouldn't expect help from anyone if you're doing that kind of stuff. Me, I'm doing good. I expect help from people. Because there should be no problems with people helping other people do good. And I want help. I need help. So I said, that's what I was saying before, didn't I? I need, like, friends to do this world-saving work that needs to be done. I happen to be a substitute teacher, but, well, that happens to happen right now. So I have to do it. And I'm capable. We'll see. However, even he would need friends. Does you see all his disciples? Last Supper? Big picture of it? No, we're not gonna fucking let a Judas in there. I don't know what the hell that's about. But he knew why. That was important to him. Something about his culture. I don't know. That's not gonna be happening mine. I don't intend to let anything like that in. I mean, that betrayal. With a person. No, I'm not going to let that in. The person was probably good, but the betrayal probably got in and was probably stuck in that person. But no, I will find a way to keep that out. And it always finds new ways, which is why I always have to find a way. But my work is, like, it's different. Whereas, like, his would be, like, kind of like the entire curriculum focused. Mine is like the world-saving emergency that is immediately relevant. And only that. Because that's what I'm here for, on the substitute duty. He would be doing that if he were not in another universe, doing something else. If he were here, but he's not. I'm a substitute teacher. But I am qualified entirely to do what he can do. And what he would do here. In this capacity, this role. Does that make sense? But no, I'm not gonna fucking do all the extra stuff that you would expect from him. I can't. Are you kidding me? There's that fucking problem. I mentioned he's like the king, I am like the shaman. He's the people person, I'm the non-people. That's why I could do it, but it would fucking ruin it for everyone else. Whatever that good was. It wouldn't ruin, like, everything for all time. But that good would be disturbed for everyone else. And then it would get back to normal. That's why I don't do that. Because that would happen every single time. Oh, everyone's got a part to play. I'm just not gonna be. Yeah, I'll probably be more important to people who are also not people, not people persons. If I'm not all that important to you, then fucking fine, whatever. Great. If you want me to just be invisible and ignore me, fine. I would rather you do that than be like picking on me, bullying me, making life hard for me, trying to insult me. All that stuff? No, do not do that. I do not like that. Nobody would like that. You shouldn't be doing that anyway. Especially not to your substitute teacher. However, if I'm trying to get your attention, please hear what I'm trying to say. Because I wouldn't be trying to do that unless I had something to tell you. And you know what that is? Sort of, yeah, kind of. I'm just gonna do that also. No, I actually have something else to tell you. It's that world-saving thing that I'm gonna tell you that. But at the same time, look, there's nothing in the fucking rules that says I can't also throw in a shout out to my Princess Pear Pie while I'm out here. Because there doesn't seem to be any way else to get her attention. So maybe we should light up like Rudolph's nose this Christmas. Lead everyone through the fog. No. Here's that. Not important. Not important. Here. Job to do. You don't need to be worried about that stuff. I don't mind telling you about my private life, but Come on, I have a little respect. I'll tell you good stuff. How does that sound? Unless we're playing a fucking game, drinking game, in person. Maybe I'll tell you embarrassing stories, but no, that's fucking none of your business up here. You shouldn't be asking anyway. Focus on what you have to do. We don't have time to talk about all that. I would tell you, but it's a long story. We don't have time. You gotta get that test finished before the bell rings, or they're gonna hold you back a year. So what are you waiting for? Yeah, the whole world. What was it? The freaking broken reality. Polyrealism. Polyrealism. That's the word. That's the word. There you go. Polyrealism. That. There it is. In conceptual space. Now you can define it. You can talk about it. You can do all sorts of things about it. Polyrealism. Applicable, usually, if not always, people raised in families of divorce or without that cohesive, loving family that has specifically the union of a mother and father as union, as one single. They are like together. Oh, hell no, not in my life. They fucking hate each other. Couldn't be more different and opposed. Always trying to fucking hurt each other through the kids. Ugh. Horrible people. That's why, yeah, I can't fucking change that. What are you talking about? It's just how it's my life. So, yeah. That's it. Polyrealism. I'm gonna log off now. Maybe, see if I can kill some survivors or something. Maybe I'll go to sleep. I'll go to sleep. Been up for a while. Polyrealism and Princess Penny Pie. Most importantly, Princess Penny Pie. Okay, so here's the thing, and this was my God's plan is polyrealism. That's God's purpose with me doing this here in the spot as a substitute teacher for Jesus. Polyrealism. My purpose, as different than that, is Princess Penny Pie. That's what led me here. That's how I ended up in this sticky situation. I have been following that trail of gooey slime for a long, long time. Yeah, it carried off the lovely princess. You kidding me? What do you think I was talking about? Gross. It's trying to use her magic or something to make it slime some kind of... All the people are... That's what's fucked up about all the people. I'm like, why is this fucked up? Why is it? It's not like the normal stuff the princess would. Why is it? It's fucking horrible. It's like a goddamn, it's like weird, monstrous alien bug from hell, from the dumpster of hell, crawled out and slimed everything. That's not the honey yum yum. What are you trying to do? So I think that's responsible for that too. I intend to put a stop to that because I hate that too. But most importantly, because that's, you know, it carried away by Princess Penny Pie, and I want her back immediately. It was not. It was very wrong in doing that. You should have known better. Whatever the hell that monstrous, vile beast is, it should have known better. Oh, not just because, you know, the big god upstairs will get mad. But because of who I am, and what I do to vile beasts. What I'm known for throughout all the realms, all the universes. You think that's just a story? You think that's just hype? Oh, it's not. I'd rather not have to give you a demonstration. I want to just freaking lay down here on the sofa, spend time with my Princess Penny Pie, and enjoy the honey yum yum with her, and be happily ever after. Doing all the magical, wonderful things. And however, it's no problem. I will fuck up your world, you goddamn vile beast. And you will see that it is not okay to mess around with me. Especially if you're evil. And you fuck up your whole world, and you're part of your world, did you? Yeah, we're all part of the world. Did you not know that? Anyway, that one's done for. Oh gosh, no, come on, I'm not. That's like one of my shameful titles. Planet Eater. Yeah, sure, I could fucking destroy entire planets, if necessary. But that's the last thing I want to do. And I don't do that unless it is absolutely necessary. Because of how dangerous the situation is. Because of how far it's gone. Because of what the threat is. And that is not what we're facing right now. The problem is a lot simpler than that. But if we don't stop it now, that will be the problem. That thing is in over its head. It thinks it's that. It's not that. It needs to be around for a long, long time to have that. Well, that's just like a fucking bug. Like a fucking tick. Tick on a dog. I can get rid of that thing. some antiseptic on the dog to cure the bleeding wound, sterilize it. But yeah, we will remove the ticks from the dog, especially those big nasty ones like that. Don't worry, I'll do it. I mean, unless you want to, you can if you want to. But I mean, thing's probably gonna pop. You ready for that? It's gonna be gross. Also, I mean, how good are you with dogs? You're probably fine on there. We could do it together. How's that sound? We could take a photo. Your first tick removal of the family dog. It looks like he really wants to have this tick removed, instead of just us talk about it. Should have been removed probably 20 minutes ago. Well, I don't know why I haven't. Why haven't I? Have I been doing something? Something more important? Like cleaning a deer or something? Didn't even know about the tick until just recently? It's not a problem. It's not a big deal to me. No. The dog is going to be fine. It's not going to get Lyme disease. Goodness gracious. It's not going to get scurvy either. The dog is a healthy, strong dog and a good dog. Dog will be fine. Look, it's fine. It's wagging its tail and everything. Except it's just fucking trying to scratch off that tick that's on its back where it can't reach. Yes, no, I know those ticks too. I've seen them before. I could tell you. I could teach them to you. There's a special book with pictures of them. And descriptions that explain what kind of diseases they could carry, if they did carry diseases. And they're not the type of things you need to worry about dogs getting. And those are also really rare. Probably does happen, though, thinking about the situation. However, if it does, there's a special cure. We could provide it anyway. And it's not even going to have any side effects, even if it's not a disease. So, there, does that make you feel better? We'll provide the cure, whether it's sick or not, and it won't have any effect. Put it in like a cheese wedge or something, so it's easy to eat. Don't need to worry. It is a scary looking tick, I know. Hideous, vile things. They look a lot worse than they are. The problem is when they fucking crawl inside a human brain, start laying eggs in there. But if we don't remove it, then that is a possibility. So don't put that thing in your ears or anything. Even then, I don't know what it was like. Fucking white blood cells will probably kick that thing out. That's an old damn beast. Not sure what it's even doing around these days. It also takes great care to remove, probably. Which is why we're waiting. Gotta have the timing right. Until its jaws are loosened the right amount. And it can be released with least amount of pain. Yeah, the dog is the USA government. The tick is whatever evil they have that they're trying to hide in secret. Well, I don't know what that is, but it's probably like a small group of people led by a ringleader, and those people were probably invited in by the traitor. And the traitor is the one who's responsible for inviting them in. However, they are also responsible for what they've done too. Different things. Different crimes, those two are. You can't fucking blame the traitor for all that you people have been doing on your own. Though, he is the reason why all that happened. And that's gonna happen. He's get punished for all that. All of you are. It's fucking horrible. Can't believe that happened. What the hell was he thinking? I mean, doesn't it say do not ever invite these ones in? Because they're evil, quite literally. Maybe you don't have to say that. You should probably write it down anyways, as this happened. Maybe you forgot. How could you forget? That was the most basic teaching. Well, it's like when your first true love happens, and you decide which tribe you're gonna join with. Because you're just a small group. You're gonna have to join up with one. Think about what they do. You gotta pick one. Well, the reason why one is more good than the other. Because there's evils over here. They do all that fucked up shit. Let's call that evil. And though they do the other stuff that's acceptable, these ones also do it, and they do it better. And they don't have any of that fucked up shit. So, we'll go with the one that's all good. And watch out for the one that has evil. Because that's fucked up. We should not ever have evil. Try to get away from all that anyway. Decision made. How was the team effort? I can't really talk for her. She's not here right now, so we decided that together. Yeah, that needs to be fucking removed. You need to fucking... we need to do some fucking surgery because of how deep that thing is. Not on the dog, not on the tick. The tick on the dog is about how much of a problem that should be, but it is surgery. That's like, there's a lot of surgeries like that these days anyway. Where they cut you open, go all the way into your innards, pull something out, stitch you back up, and you don't even notice it happened. That's what it's going to be like. Any of the pain, at least. You'll get all the painkillers. You get a lot more than you need, just in case. You better not be abusing them. Or just let me know if you need more. Whatever, they're easy to make. I got plenty. No, I know the patient. No need to worry about it. Yeah, it's not like, no, forget it. Don't worry about it. Just be at ease. It's gonna be fine. But now you know all this stuff. So, I think I'm gonna maybe, like, post this recording or something? Destroy artillery installations. That's it. Everyone, it's time to fucking turn your fucking artillery into, art and, into art and get rid of the rest. There we go. Something about that was ill. Not in a good way. Yeah, get rid of the illery, because that's like the sick factory that makes sickness and gives sickness. You just don't need that. Just get rid of that. That's wasting a lot of fucking money, resources, and it's not helping anyone. It's in fact doing the exact opposite. There's enough sickness already. This probably did invent the COVID and release it on purpose. Goddamn fucking monsters. Okay, there's one more thing I've been meaning to tell you. Population control. You do not need to worry about it. Do not interfere. Do not do anything. And here's why. People do not want to have as many children as they did 100 years ago. It's not nearly as important these days because of how technologically secure we are providing resources, or should be, once everyone has all these resources after we finish into the inequality and injustice. You don't need to worry about population control because it's not going to get any worse. I don't really want to explain to you how I came to that conclusion, but it's not going to get any worse. Because of how many people it takes to get married, produce children, how many children are made on average, and the general amount of people who do not want kids and just simply don't have kids, or are not able to have kids. Like, it's just not going to get worse. It's going to be about the same, or it's going to get better. It's never going to be a problem. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to fucking try and kill people, thinking there's going to be too many. Holy fucking mackerel, people. To think that was ever a plan they had. It better not have been. It's the most... Okay, the horrible... Who the hell would have ever thought that thing up? They're gonna suffer for that, that's for damn sure. As well, all the people who listened to it and tried to make it happen. They didn't... Why didn't they just think 5 minutes like I did? Like, oh, well, people usually only want like 2 to 3 kids now. At most. Maybe, rarely, they have like fucking 6 or 7. Rarely. How many people do you know who have 7 children? I don't know. Any, I think. Most people probably only want 1 or 2. You just don't need to fucking worry about it. It's fine. Why didn't you think about that? You just looked at the numbers. You saw how fast it grew ever since you started counting. Fucking dumb. So fucking dumb. How many people do you think the census left out back in those older days? Like, you gotta just wonder, like, how do they fucking have people who have such poor judgment in the government? Like, they're supposed to be experts, aren't they? And they make mistakes like that. They don't think about the flaws of their own, what do you call those? Models. The flaws of their own systematic models of study. Look, in the USA, you don't have to worry about that. Japan is a different subject. I'm not talking about Japan, but Japan is a much smaller landmass than the USA is. The USA, abundant space. So much fucking land. It's ridiculous how much free space is in the USA. We do not ever have to worry about space here because there'll be too many people. That is never going to be a concern in the USA. There is plenty for everyone who wants to live here. Japan is a different situation, different nation, different culture, not my business. However, they do not have as abundant space as we have. So they're probably going to think about it differently. And it's not going to be a problem for them. I'm not deciding it for other people. But you don't need to compare yourself. Compare what we need here in the USA to what they need there. Because we are different. No, we're fucking not equal. We're different. We are much larger as a mass than they are as a mass. Just kidding. I'm just messing with you. That we are equal in dignity, of course, but not equal in size. The space. Also, forget it. Forget it. God damn it. Vile beasts. It's the tick. See, that's the fucking tick. We need to remove that damn thing. Seriously. The tick that fucking corrupts people's thoughts with things like that. None of that should be a concern to anyone. Like, you should not care about that. Like I said before, Princess Patty Pie, you better not be expecting me to have a big old fucking magnum in my pants. Because I'm pretty much like just like a vagina. I got a clitoris. That's basically about it. So just expect that, and it's going to be fine. Because that's the least important quality. You need to that you like me for, isn't it? That's the least thing you like about me. And you're even embarrassed that you like that about me, aren't you? I don't actually have one of those, by the way. So it's nothing to be embarrassed about. I have a real, manly, glorious... Doesn't matter, it's glorious no matter what the size is. Well, on me it is. That's for damn sure. I don't know about, I can't speak for any other ones. For me though, yeah. Yep. I'm the best for the best. That's just how it goes. Okay, let's stop thinking about you know what? At least stop thinking about it until she's... Don't ever think about it, actually. Yeah, stop thinking about that. Fucking weirdos. I brought it up, though. Yeah, but... Exactly. I brought it up and I made it fucking good. Glorious and amazing. And multi-gendered. So everyone cannot be offended. Oh yeah, I think there is probably some conspiracy about population control, though. But that's why you don't need a... China also has a lot of space. That's different too, though, because they got more people. However, if they fucking stopped doing communism, they wouldn't have to worry about such problems either. Because the people themselves would just like solve all that on their own. You wouldn't need to have to try and do anything for them as an outside, like, administrator or authority or something to even direct and move them and fuck with them. No. No. Just let the people take care of themselves. All of us. We'll figure it out. Just make sure there's some rules of exchange and make sure those are enforced. That's about all you need. I don't care what those are. Whatever's best for you and your people and your culture. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, that was like important for like wars and stuff. These days, no, you don't need nearly as many bodies as they did back then to win a war. Well, what I did just by myself. Let that be a lesson for all of time. So don't ever worry about what kind of weapons you have, whether they're good enough, whether they're more powerful than your enemies. Don't ever feel like you need to be afraid because of what your powers of destruction are capable of. That is not as important as what your powers of goodness are. They're all the more important things, like making sure everyone has what they need and is best provided for. You don't need bigger bombs and louder guns and, and more devastating lasers. That stuff's pretty cool though. Just fucking restrain that healthily. Please. Prioritize that last. With all the frivolous fun things that you do. Like the fucking... What is it? Someone had like a fucking recliner on a lawnmower, I think. Like one of those lazy boy recliner things with the footrest that comes out. It's like attached to a lawnmower or something. He's riding around. Prioritize that with things like that. Well, we need to set some money aside for the electricity fund and education fund and the whatever else. But yeah, well, what about our reclining chair lawnmower fund? Let's see what we have left after we divide everything else up. Just remind me at the end. We'll see what we have. We can afford that. Hopefully nothing, because it's fucking dumb. Buy that on your own time, damn it. I'm sure it'd be fine though. Sure it'd be fun. If you fucking liked your lawnmowers. You actually had a lawn to mow. I don't have one though. It's still a dumb idea. Don't act like it's not. How long does it fucking take you to fucking mow your lawn? You know, you should be fucking sitting up, at least somewhat attentive to what you're doing while you're driving. You're not really driving a fucking dangerous truck, but it's still driving something. Just fucking hire someone if you're putting your damn lazy boy on your fucking lawnmower. Because you want to fucking lounge while you're mowing the lawn because you don't want to mow the lawn, or you'd rather lounge instead, or you'd rather lounge, or it's because you like mowing the lawn and you like lounging and you want to do the two together. Is that what it is? That makes sense. Okay, I understand now. The other thing. Was there one more thing? Yeah, definitely, that was that. Turn your artillery into art. That's the new one. I wonder if she's gonna RSVP. I doubt it. Please do. This is a fucking mess. Is that the way you want it? Then show up early, to me, right now. I don't know if I can leave anything out though. Maybe there's one other thing. Population control. Check the fucking lesson plan. Fucking goddamn it, Jesus fucking thing's like fucking 20 pages long. Fucking so many details and references. Holy fuck. Let me get to hold on a second. That was me moving some pages. It didn't work out too bad though. Maybe it did. It actually worked out fine. I just don't have any papers anymore. You know him, goodness. I mean, probably mine would be. I would not have one. But if I did have to have one, it would be minimal. I mean, I might have one, but it'll be like the first like day or two, and then I'll fucking just log back to bed. However, though, there's important stuff in here. I don't want to miss anything. And there's so much fucking references, notes, conditional explanations that are not necessary because the conditions don't apply. And if they ask this question in this way, while they're on the other side of the room, be aware that there's this situation going on. Oh, fucking goddamn, I don't fucking care who's dating who. Jesus, that's not our fucking concern. How do you even keep track of all that? Oh, forget it, I don't care. It's not my nightmare. That's why no one should know about that. What he's doing. That's why you never know who he is. If he's in disguise, you can never be him. Nor can you know who he is. So stop trying to point him out. Alright? Details. What was it? We get it. We get the idea. Whatever, I got fucking on. I'll be here fucking... I don't know, as long as I'll fucking be here. Tear down your wall. You're gonna fucking regret it. I've gotta blast that damn thing down. It's gonna be like a special kind of blast that'll do a chain reaction back to your homeland. Destroy all of that there. Without touching anything else. So get rid of it. seriously do feel like there was something else. I think it came up when I mentioned population control. But I was talking about population control, so it was like in the back of my mind. I don't know how it was kind of faded away. People taking care of themselves, local communities take care of themselves. Set some rules of exchange, how that's supposed to happen, a formal procedure, that we can keep records of everything. Because you don't want someone saying, you don't want to just be going by what people said. You want to have it written down so you can know for a fact what it is. Because they'll be like, but I said this that one time. You're like, fucking, did you write it down on the proper form? Do we have it on the log? Otherwise, that's just not good enough. Because you're supposed to write it all down. And it's easier that way. You might not remember the exact words you use, and the exact words you use and the time are not necessarily always intentional, but they are probably mostly intentional, with some like subconscious influence, and then also like the greater energy of consciousness that's in the environment at the same time. All that affects what you're saying at any moment. So like, you can't really like, that doesn't really work as well, like conveying like what you meant then, unless you write it down. Then it's just a lot easier. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to prove anything. You could just look at the words. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be for a long, long time. They've been, how long have fucking civilizations been keeping the records of the most mundane shit? Like, have you ever like learned about some like archaeology and not anthropology, archaeological anthropology, where they like fucking dig up old civilizations? Every now and then they come across a horde of documents. And it's just like random, mundane notes. Fucking leases. Fucking bills. Fucking deeds. To land. Fucking debts. Clerical proceedings. Agreements. Neighborly agreements, all that fucking... It's not like the fucking world-saving word. Which has a lot more impact on everyone's lives than like fucking whether or not the fucking tree between your neighbors, between you and your neighbor is on your side of the fence or their side of the fence. Like, no one gives a shit about that, but except you and this local society you're in, the civilization, because, you know, they want everything to stay orderly, so they want you and your neighbor to be happy and peaceful and not fight, which is why we decide, write it down, so it's decided. That is important, yes. But it's, I mean, the big picture of things, you'll never know. That's the mystery. That's in his domain as far as like what that's supposed to be. How that affects everything. So just don't even think like you know. Because you don't. You can imagine all kinds of different stuff. But just remember that you're only imagining fantasy. You don't actually know. Chances are it's probably just a tree. By random chance. In between you. There's, you know, it's not really something that concerns human beings. Whether it's even whatever. We're talking about the property value. We were talking about property value. The tree is not concerned about property value as a human concern. The tree did not have property value before the humans got there. Alright? So that's still like something that's not really about the tree. That's about humans. Like a higher conceptual reality. Associated with the tree, yes, but not the tree's doing. We did that to the tree. We gave it property value. Whether it wanted it or not. We'll cut the damn thing down too. Turn it into planks. Carry them around like our best friend. The face painted on them. If we wanted. But we're not going to. Because it has property value. And it's between the neighbors who have it, so don't fucking worry about it. The mundane documents. Polyrealism, though, that's a big word. Or that word's going to bring some peace. Peace to everyone. It's going to stop wars. And remember, it's the missing link. Missing link. Like that fucking crazy kid in that Thornberry's cartoon, who was the missing link to humanity that they found in the jungle. And they wanted to like fucking experiment on him and take his DNA or something. And they wouldn't give him up. Because they loved him like a child in their own family. Except, this is not a child, it's just a word, so you can take that and do whatever the hell you want with polyrealism, because the kid will be safe. So stop trying to do that to people, alright? You have a word now. Use the word. That's way easier to manage. Yeah, polyrealism is the philosophy, and the story is the theism. Not theism. It's a religion. Theology. Theology. That's the theology. Yeah, not theism. I don't know why I said that. That's where I got to. I was talking about that the other day. It's not theism, it's theology. Different. Yeah, when the story is given form to the philosophy, it's theology. Because it's a story. And when you you refine a story into wisdom, Like, that's becomes philosophy. But there's something in between that. And that something, even though it doesn't seem like much, is an infinite void. And within it are all the angels and all the demons, and you know who. And I mean all the good angels, as good as they can be, and all the bad demons, the most as evil and bad as they can be. And you know who. In between. So, at least, in between. There could be other places too. There definitely are. But you don't find people in that spot. Well, not like our bodies. Like, you know, because it's like we're all like, it's like in a different dimension. You know what I'm saying? We're not really talking about space, in life, in reality. It's in another realm entirely. That existence of that other realm. See, you can see it now. You know it is there. That is why I was so certain long ago about the eternal life. And it can be explained more, though I do not have that explanation at this time. I know well enough, but I've talked enough also. But that realm, yeah, it exists. It's there. All those concepts exist within it. We are not our bodies if we go there. Our bodies stay here if we project ourselves there. But if you take all of yourself there, not just a projection, you'll know it's real too. Because it will destroy you. Like the fucking void of space. Like going out there without a spacesuit. Yeah, so don't do it. It's fucking dangerous. Shouldn't need to be told that, though. It's like, there's just fucking it'll be like suffering, experiencing pain, and like wanting that to stop long before you even do that. You'll just naturally avoid it. So it's not anything you need to worry about. If you do find yourself there, you know, and you die, you'll be resurrected. It's not necessarily a sin if you die there. But you can die for all sorts of reasons. You still be resurrected, even if you didn't die for sin. Die because of sin. And that's where you know who is if you ever want to visit. You're bold enough, foolhardy enough, courageous enough to lose everything to get there. No, you'll be satisfied. It will have been worth it, you know. But it won't have been easy. And it won't have been necessary. For everyone. Might have been necessary for you. Because it's just what your soul was being called for. You had to go there and then come back for whatever reason. Who knows? Well, I would have told you polyrealism a long time ago, but fucking this lesson plan, trying to get through the first page, it's taking forever. All these fucking books to reference. Trying to keep track of all this other stuff. I'm supposed to, I was just trying to do it the way I was, but holy mackerel. I've got a better way to do it. That works for me, a better way for me. That's all. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna tell him I fucking did it all the way. It's fine. Everything that he expected me to do, I did. I'll leave it at that. Did not do every single detail. There was not time. But he said if there's not time for everything, that's okay. Just want there to be plenty of stuff. So I didn't find myself not having something to do. But yeah, I realized class is almost over. And I was supposed to spend the entire lecture talking about polyrealism. But I'm sure you can figure it out in the word itself. So just be ready to write an essay on that for the test tomorrow. Alright, class dismissed. And Princess Hannibal, I'll be needing to see you after class, after everyone leaves. So just go ahead and stay where you are. I said class dismissed. Till next time.